Hello, everybody. Good evening. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV here to give you some updates on a couple big stories today. And one of them is that Russia has used a new type of missile, not an intercontinental ballistic missile, but a nuclear-capable intermediate range missile against Ukraine in what is being seen as an escalatory step, and also Matt Gaetz withdrawing as the Attorney General nominee of President-elect Trump. We're going to talk about that, and we're going to take your comments and questions on the air. So I appreciate you joining us. A quick heads up: this normally doesn't happen, but it may be the case. It may be the case that around 45 minutes from now, there might be a break in the stream. I might need to take like an hour break in the stream. I have to figure this out. It's something related to the channel, but it's not. It's a thing that I thought was canceled and might not be canceled, and so I will have to see what happens there. So I apologize in advance, but we may do this thing where in like 45 minutes I say I'm coming back in an hour. So I'm just warning you. But I'll let you know either way. Okay. And hey, thanks to our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators here. Now, sometimes if we're doing like a really long stream, I might eat during the stream and take a break for that. But normally 45 minutes into the stream, I wouldn't be taking a break. But it might have to happen today. So again, I have to just wait and see what happens. We'll see. But just a heads up. Let's see here. Hey, thanks so much to our moderators who are here. We have moderating right now Beth Mythical, Sabrina, Sarah 55, Roberts May Queen. They're all moderating over there. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. By the way, thanks also to our Twitch moderators. I got to get everything up here. Got to get everything up where I can see it. Sorry we couldn't get on the air. Normally I would have come on the air earlier today. I was a bit tied up with some things. Once in a while I do have other commitments, and so late last night and today I was not available. So I'm sorry we didn't get on earlier to cover these things. Normally we would have. Let's see here. Over on Twitch we have A Moment of Lovely, DeBayers, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, and Surly Dev modding there. Thank you. And we have our Facebook mods I want to give a shout out to. Did I miss somebody? Hang on one second. There's like, there's this thing on Twitch, a page where like I view everything. And I clicked on one thing like 3 days ago, and it won't let me fix it. And it's the most frustrating thing in the world because I can't fix anything. I don't know why this is. It's the weirdest thing in the world. Just can't make it smaller. Maybe that'll help. We have A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, DeBayers, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire Night, and Surly Dev over there on Twitch. Thank you. And we have, let's see, on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body's moderating. Thank you, Kay. And thanks to all of our other moderators. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody. Now the other thing I need to do, now I can't figure out something else. Let me try one other thing here. All right. I'm so confused. Widgets. Oh my gosh. Everything is going wrong on Twitch here. Reset layout to default. That's what I wanted to do. Oh no. Everything's going wrong on my Twitch page. I have a Twitch page set up to like look at everything. Ugh, what a mess. What a mess. I'm going to write myself a note. I got to fix this after. Twitch, you can see the chat fine, right? Twitch, everybody can see everything fine there? You all good on Twitch? Can everybody see everything? I just have to fix it after the stream. It got so messed up. It's so confusing. All right. Can't do it right now on the air. Sorry. All right. Everybody says they can see it. Okay. Oh, by the way, a quick shout out to our viewers on Kick. Hey, thanks. We are trying out Kick for a few weeks. So I really appreciate our viewers on Kick. Hold on. Thanks. Claudio Travels is there. And Never Seen Better. Feisty Bonsai, Dino Nuggets, Bo 2840. Demos. Thanks, Demos, for the... Demos gave some gift subscriptions on Twitch. Thanks, Demos. And LCS Fox. And our other viewers over there. And also, thanks for your support. PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships. Retail Mix, who thinks Russia is at war with the UK. I don't know about that, Retail Mix. I mean, there's some incendiary language being used. I don't know if they're really at war with the UK right now. Thank you, Retail Mix, USA 2.0. We'll talk about that. Because Ukraine has used Storm Shadow missiles against Russian territory. We'll talk about that. Ryan Teasdale, thanks for being a member. PZ Papa Zulu, thanks for the gift memberships. A, thanks for being a member. Sturman, thanks for being a member. Rick D, thanks for your support. Annette Jensen, our member, and Firejack, our new member as well. All right, let's begin. Oh, and real quick, I'm sorry. Thanks to Gonzalez for the gift sub. So nice of you, Gonzalez. And also Gleggy for the gift subs on Twitch. By the way, Twitch killed ad revenue for the channel. I don't know if anybody saw this. I posted on Agenda Free TV X account a few weeks ago. So on election day, I get this message from Twitch saying your streams have to have this tag on them that says political insensitive content. It's just a new thing. And they literally said, like, you have to have this on your streams. We're going to make you have it. And I was like, okay, I guess. And then from that day forward, not a single ad has run on the channel. So I've lost like half of our Twitch revenue. And if I don't put it on, they automatically put it on and they send me a warning note. So thank you, Twitch. Thank you so much, Twitch. I really appreciate it. You are awesome. By the way, they never told me that it would cut half of the channel's revenue. They never told me that it had anything to do with ad money. They never said this. They just said you have to have this tag on your content, and now they make me put it on the content, and there's literally no more ads on the channel. So thank you so much. Twitch, you are awesome. You support creators so well after years of being a Twitch partner. Your communication is great. I really appreciate your support, Twitch. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Okay. Yes, the subs still count. Hey, by the way, thanks for your support on Twitch. Annie Kush and Yamatna and Gonzalez for the gift subs and Gleggy for the gift subs. PZ Recon, Shadow Woman, Drunk Can't Cook, And also, thank you so much to One Who Sees, our new member. Sean TV. Wow, that's very generous of you, Sean TV. Sean says, will Bitcoin hit 100,000 today? I'll mention it if it does on the air. Let me know and I'll mention it. Thank you, Sean. That's really kind of you. Thank you to Shadows6530. Rick D for the gift memberships. Wow, that's so nice of you. Bear Mom for the gift memberships. Very nice of you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. So kind of you. Thank you, Roaches in the Cabinet, for your support on Twitch. Okay, it's time. It's time to get into the stories. It's time to get into the stories. Let's do it. Let's do it. And also, I'll be checking for anything new that happens while I'm on the air. And we'll be taking your comments too. Here we go. Putin says Russia attacked Ukraine with a new missile that he claims the West can't stop. Overnight last night, there was reporting, and I think Ukraine themselves claimed that Russia had used an intercontinental ballistic missile, which they normally wouldn't fire at Ukraine, which is right next to them. There was a claim that Russia had used an ICBM by Ukraine, but now it's being reported today that this was not an intercontinental ballistic missile, just to be clear, because I was seeing reports of that last night. So you can see this is from AP. The Kremlin fired a new intermediate range ballistic missile at Ukraine on Thursday in response to Kyiv's use this week of American and British missiles capable of striking deeper into Russia, President Putin said. So remember, we covered this a few days ago. I think it was Sunday. It was reported that the U.S. had given permission to Ukraine to use US-made long-range, 190-mile range ATACMS missiles. For the first time, the U.S. said you can fire those ATACMS missiles into Russian territory. So Ukraine did that, I think, Tuesday. And then I believe Wednesday, Ukraine, for the first time, fired British Storm Shadow missiles into Russian territory, I believe with UK permission. So this is what happened after that. This is the response to that from Russia. So again, the Kremlin fired a new intermediate-range ballistic missile at Ukraine on Thursday in response to Ukraine's use this week of American and British missiles capable of striking deeper into Russia, President Putin said. In a televised address to the country, the Russian president warned that U.S. air defense systems would be powerless to stop the new missile, which he said flies at 10 times the speed of sound, and which he called the Orezhnik, Russian for hazelnut tree. He also said it could be used to attack any Ukrainian ally whose missiles are used to attack Russia. By the way, this is not just him saying it's a new type of missile. The Pentagon also said it was a new type of missile. Again, he said it could be used to attack any Ukrainian ally whose missiles are used to attack Russia, which would include now the U.S. and the UK. He said U.S. air defense systems he claimed that U.S. air defense systems could not stop this missile. Putin said, quote, "We believe we have the right to use our weapons against military facilities of the countries that allow Ukraine to use their weapons against our facilities. He said in his first comments since President Biden gave Ukraine the green light this month to use U.S. ATACMS missiles to strike at limited targets inside Russia. Pentagon Deputy Press Secretary Sabrina Singh confirmed that Russia's missile was a new experimental type of intermediate-range missile based on its RS-26 Rubezh intercontinental ballistic missile. The Pentagon spokeswoman said this was a new type of lethal capability that was deployed on the battlefield, so that was certainly of concern, she said, noting that the missile could carry either conventional or nuclear warheads. It wasn't carrying nuclear in the strike last night, but it could. The U.S. was notified ahead of the launch through nuclear risk reduction channels, she said. Hang on 1 second here. Give me 2 seconds. Joe Dirt thinks a few new missiles is not impressive. Russia is not spending enough to maintain very many missiles, much less build a lot. They do have a lot of nuclear missiles. I think they have the most in the world. International campaign to abolish nuclear weapons says Russia has the most confirmed nuclear weapons. I know that's not missiles. Well, I mean, it is. It's what I mean. I'm not going to get into it now, but you can look it up on Wikipedia too. It says that Russia has the most nuclear warheads deployed. Oh, no, it says like U.S. and Russia have roughly the same amount of nuclear warheads deployed, it says. Anyways. Our viewer Distant Galaxy says Russia is being a bully and they need to have more of their military bases destroyed. Greg Andrews says direct action equals direct reaction. By the way, thanks to Lisa Sutz, our new member, Hot Dog on a Stick, our member, Natalie Perkowski for your support, Tim747, thank you. One Who Sees, our new member. On X, it says Monday nights. Did this messed up again? You know, it's really weird. Sorry, there's an issue where once in a while the titles get messed up. Why does it say Monday night stream? Ah! Sorry, once in a while lately the titles have gotten messed up a little bit. It's so annoying. I'm going to delete it and then repost it. That's what I'm going to do. I got to repost the X thing. I'm sorry. Give me 2 seconds here. It's just ridiculous. I changed the title and it doesn't save. So I got to do it again. Thought I changed it. Maybe I forgot. I thought I changed it. If you're watching on X, I got a X. I'm restarting it on X. I'm restarting on X. See if this works. That's better. Okay, it just worked. Thanks for letting me know. We're back. All right, let's read some more about this. By the way, What I might do is I might have to, in like a half hour, I might have to take a break. I'm sorry. And then come back after. But if I do, what I might do during the break is I could always throw on the Pentagon press conference during the break. Although I don't know how long it is. I don't know. I might not do that. Anyways, we might actually watch a little bit of it. Let me just see something here. That would be kind of interesting. Just like a couple minutes. That would be helpful. Give me 2 seconds. Here we go. Okay, there's this. I can tell you exactly what we want to see. All right. They don't have it posted yet. I was thinking maybe we could look at what this must have been. I bet this was talked about at like the top of the press conference today. So we could just look at it and see what they said at the top. Yeah, 3 hours ago. Here it is. Okay, I got it. Let's just find the part, I'm assuming it's at the start, where the Pentagon talked about this new Russian missile. I think that would be helpful. So hang on, I'm going to show you right now. I got it on the screen for you. Okay, let's see. Does she talk about it right at the start? Let's see. Hang on, we're going to see.
Short 2 items today, and then I'm happy to take your questions. Yesterday and today, Secretary Austin met with Southeast Asian nations by building capability.
We don't need this part.
Secretary of Defense to Fiji. $75 million
intermediate.
Oh, here it is. Okay.
And with that, I'm happy to take your question.
Hold on.
Full drawdown authority package provides
Here we go,
drones
right
and
here.
protective equipment. And with that, I'm happy to take your question.
Oh, let me just put up on the screen. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I just want to show you the start where the Pentagon comments on this new type of Russian missile. I'm not showing you the whole press conference, just a couple minutes. But what I need to do actually is just so people don't get confused, I want to just throw up on the screen that this was earlier today because people will be like, is this live? Okay. Earlier today. That's when this from. Earlier today. There, earlier today. It's too big, much too big.
Lita.
Thanks, Sabrina. A couple of questions on the missile strike in Ukraine. First, can you confirm it was an intermediate range missile? Second, did Russia provide advance warning? And can you give us some sort of clarity on who they call and how much advance notice did they give? And then just thirdly on this, what is the overall U.S. reaction to the missile strike and Putin's comments today that he believes Russia has the right to strike any and take action against countries that provide weapons to Ukraine?
Thanks, Lita. So trying to remember some of the order of your questions. So I can confirm that Russia did launch an experimental intermediate range ballistic missile. This IRBM was based on Russia's RS-26 Rubezh intercontinental ballistic missile model. In terms of notifications to the United States was pre-notified briefly before the launch through nuclear risk reduction channels. For more, I'd refer you to state on that. And I think your third question was on our reaction to Putin's comments. I mean, we've seen this type of dangerous, reckless rhetoric before from President Putin. what we're focused on is continuing to support Ukraine with what it needs. Ukraine, as you know, has been successful in continuing to push back against Russian aggression. We just rolled out another $275 million package yesterday. You're going to see more packages continue in the weeks and months ahead left of this administration. So that's what we're really focused on. Of course, we're going to take seriously the rhetoric coming out of Russia, but our focus remains on arming Ukraine and supporting Ukraine what it needs the most on the battlefield. And as a reminder, as this reckless rhetoric continues, Putin can choose to end this war today. He can choose to withdraw Russian forces and end this and end, his war of aggression and his war of choice. So we're going to continue to focus on what Ukraine needs on the battlefield. Liz.
I have to interrupt that because, as one of our viewers mentioned, we have a little breaking news story here. Give me 2 seconds and I'll tell you about it. Hang on, folks. What did I just do? Okay, hang on. We come back to me. Then we do this. Then we do this. A little breaking news story. Breaking news. Donald Trump has announced a new nominee for Attorney General, Pam Bondi. Trump announces Pam Bondi as the new Attorney General nominee after Matt Gaetz withdrew today. He says, "I am proud to announce former Attorney General of the great state of Florida, Pam Bondi," big Trump supporter, "as our next Attorney General. Pam was a prosecutor for nearly 20 years, where she was very tough on violent criminals and made the streets safe for Florida families. Then, as Florida's first female Attorney General, she worked to stop the trafficking of deadly drugs and reduce the tragedy of fentanyl overdose deaths, which have destroyed many families across our country. She did such an incredible job that I asked her to serve on our Opioid and Drug Abuse Commission during my first term. We saved many lives. For too long, the partisan Department of Justice has been weaponized against me and other Republicans. Not anymore. Pam will refocus the DOJ to its intended purpose of fighting crime and making America safe again. I have known Pam for many years. She is smart and tough and is an America First fighter who will do a terrific job as Attorney General." So Trump has announced Pam Bondi as his new Attorney General pick. Let me show you something here. Oops, little breaking news. Here is the Wikipedia page for Pam Bondi. Photo credit to Florida Legal, myfloridalegal.com, state of Florida. She was the Florida Attorney General from 2011 to 2019. She is 59 years old. She was born in Tampa, Florida. Hey, by the way, a quick thank you to Dolores Wilson for the gift membership. That's super nice of you, Dolores. Trident One, Apple Tree, Lisa Sutz, Captain Jerry Donnelly, who thinks it was planned. Bait the press, then switch. Captain Jerry Donnelly thinks it was a planned thing. By the way, a quick thank you to A quick thank you to Janice McConnell for your support, and also I think it's Ori Deckel. Thank you, Ori Deckel, so much for your support. And also, hang on a moment. Thanks so much to Out of F's to Give on Twitch for your support for subscribing, and Haunted Wind for subscribing. Okay. Again, this just came out, so we'll get back to the Putin stuff in a second. But this just came out. Let me read a couple comments here. Oh, okay. So, hey guys, really quick. This pretty much never happens, but in 10 minutes, the stream is going to be on break for an hour. What happened is there was a work-related thing that I tried to reschedule, and I thought it was rescheduled, and then I found out that the other people involved in this work-related thing had not rescheduled it. So, as much as, believe me, I hate to do it, but it's just what I need to do. So what's going to happen is in about 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, I'm going to put up on the screen that I'm coming back in an hour. I really apologize. I never do that. I would have just started the stream after probably, but that's what we're going to do. So the stream's going to keep going, but I really apologize. I feel terrible about it, but it just ended up that way today. It's been a weird day. So but it's related to the channel. It's something I just got to do. So I'm sorry. But again, I'll put it up. Maybe I'll put a countdown clock up. Maybe I'll put I don't know. That might be a bit of a thing though to do. That gets a bit involved. I'll just put up like Steve will be, when I go away, I'll say like Steve will be back at, blankety blank time. No, I'm not going to end the stream and restart. I'll just leave it up and then people can hang out and chat or whatever. Because we're just getting started. Let me read some of your comments. I could put a camera up. I could put a, I don't know if I want to bother doing that. It just ends up being a whole thing. The camera I have is I don't want to be confusing though, because if I put up like a volcano camera, which I have, then people will tune in and say, why is it showing a volcano? Yeah, I have a volcano camera. Oh, I can put up two cameras. You know what I can do? In a couple minutes, I can put up a volcano camera and I'll put up a Middle East camera. I'll put up both of them. I'll put up a volcano camera and a Middle East camera, and that's what I'll put up while I'm on my break. Okay, we'll do that. Let me just see if I'm sure there'll be some more. Let me just see if there's any kind of feedback on Pam Bondi I can get you, any kind of reaction. We also want to talk about Netanyahu, the International Criminal Court in Netanyahu. There's that as well. There's a lot to talk about. Hey, thanks to Michael Kelly for your support. Here, look, guys. Trump chooses Pam Bondi for Attorney General pick after Gaetz withdraws. There's Pam Bondi at a campaign rally a few weeks ago. Bondi is a longtime Trump ally and one of his lawyers during his first impeachment trial when he was accused but not convicted of abusing his power as he tried to condition U.S. military assistance to Ukraine on that country investigating then former President Joe Biden. She has been a chair at the America First Policy Institute, a think tank set up by former Trump administration staffers. She is from Tampa and spent more than 18 years as a prosecutor. She was Florida's first female attorney general. Do we have more pictures of her? Hold on a second here. There's Matt Gaetz, who withdrew today. We'll talk about the Gaetz withdrawal. We'll talk about that more. All right, so again, you know what I got to do? Hold on a second here. Here's a 2-paragraph summary of the whole Matt Gaetz thing. Matt Gaetz withdrew today as President-elect Trump's pick for Attorney General amid continued fallout over a federal sex trafficking investigation that cast doubt on his ability to be confirmed by the Senate as the nation's chief federal law enforcement officer. The announcement caps a turbulent 8-day period in which Trump sought to capitalize on his decisive election win to force Senate Republicans to accept provocative selections like Gaetz, who had been investigated by the Justice Department before being tapped last week to lead it. The decision could heighten scrutiny on other controversial Trump nominees, including Pentagon pick Pete Hegseth, who faces sexual assault allegations he denies. Yeah, we'll talk about this in a little bit. Hold on a second here. So we have a bunch to talk about. We have a bunch to catch up on. But Trump has chosen Pam Bondi. Will the Senate confirm her? I mean, I would think that they're probably, unless some big issue comes up, I don't know. I mean, I can't speak for the Senate. My gut instinct is that unless there's some huge issue, they're probably going to tend to want to confirm his nominees. But we'll have to see. Toby N says, easy to confirm. Ann says, I was hoping for Paxton, but we will see how she is. Sarah says, I would have nominated Judge Janine. All right, let me get the cameras up. I'm really sorry to do this. It's annoying to do this, but I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to do this where we come back and continue. So I'm going to put the cameras up now. All right, so camera 1 is going to be Middle East camera. Middle East camera. Why can you not see this? Oh, I know why. Right, that's Beirut, Lebanon. We don't want the live thing. We don't need that up there. We don't need this over there. That's Beirut, Lebanon. And then in the corner, we'll put the second one, which is going to be no, that's we don't have that. We want this. Ooh. That's the second one, and that's going to be in Iceland. That is, where is my other? It's obviously not the Israel-Lebanon border. It's Iceland, the volcano. And I'm going to put the volume on for the Lebanon camera. And here's what I'm going to put on the screen. Okay. Again, I really apologize. This never happens. Oh, sorry. There you go. I set an alarm to remind myself. This never happens. I really apologize about it. Again, what happened is there was something related to the channel that I have to do that I thought was canceled. It didn't get canceled. And so I just got to do it. And I found this out right as kind of we were going on the air. So I hate this, but because we really haven't even gotten to the stream yet. So I'm going to leave this stuff up here, and I'm coming back at 8 p.m. Eastern time. I'm not going far. I'm leaving the stream running. So at 8 p.m. Eastern time, I'm going to restart the stream. We're going to talk about everything at 8 p.m. Eastern time. I'll actually post something about it on thanks Ori Dekel. I posted something about it on. I'll post something about it on the X account too. Okay. So all right. So hang out. Thanks to our mods. I'm going to leave this up for now, and I'll come back 8 p.m. Eastern time right here on this stream. Okay. Thanks for your understanding. I'll see you in a little bit. Hey, we're back. We're back. All right, I'm so sorry about that. I am so sorry. We lost. All right, we're gonna go back to. We're not gonna need the feeds anymore, for now. Hang on a second. Just give me a second. Give me a second. I do apologize. I need to take 1 minute. In a second, I'm going to take 1 more minute and then come back and we will resume everything. I feel terrible. All right, hang on. And let me just post. All right. Hey guys, give me 1 minute. 1 minute, and we're picking up the stream in 1 minute, okay? All right, we're good. So I just put a couple eye drops in. All right. Thank you so much for your patience. I'm so sorry for the delay, but we are back. Okay. Let me get rid of this. Let me post this. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, let's get back. We are back. We're doing it. We're live. News time. I appreciate your patience. By the way, quick thanks to Mystical and Retro Nook and Amy Clark, our new member. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. All right, to start with, let's go over what happened with the new missile. I want to talk about that. We had just gotten into it. Sorry. Here you go. Putin says Russia attacked Ukraine with a new missile that he claims the West can't stop. Half of Ukraine under alerts? I didn't see that. Hold on. Let me take a peek and look. No, it was not an ICBM. I'm not seeing stuff about alerts in Ukraine. I'm checking my Ukraine sources. I'll keep an eye out, though. I mean, there's a lot of... Oh, hold on. There's an air warning. There's an air alert in 12 minutes ago in Odessa region there is. All right. There are... Okay, I see it now. The Ukrainian Air Force said there, half an hour ago, they said there were drones in the Kharkiv region. And then an hour ago, they said that there were drones in the Chernihiv region. Okay. I'll keep you informed. But I mean, there's frequently Russian drone and missile activity and more drone lately in Ukraine. So we'll talk about this right now, but if we have big breaking news out of Ukraine, we'll talk about it. Okay, so Putin says Russia attacked Ukraine with a new, and thanks to our mods for hanging out as well. I really appreciate it. Thanks, mods. So Putin says that Russia attacked Ukraine with a new missile that he claims the West cannot stop. The Kremlin fired a new intermediate-range ballistic missile at Ukraine on Thursday. It was not an ICBM. Ukraine, I believe, initially said it was an ICBM, intercontinental. It was not an intercontinental ballistic missile with the biggest range. It's a new intermediate-range ballistic missile. They fired it on Thursday in response to Ukraine's use of American and British missiles this week. It says capable of striking deeper into Russia. President Putin said, what happened is this week, the US and then the UK gave Ukraine permission to use their missiles, to US and UK missiles, ATACMS and Storm Shadows, to hit Russian territory for the first time. So Ukraine did that for the first time this week. They fired U.S. ATACMS missiles and UK Storm Shadow missiles into, at least one Storm Shadow, I don't know how many Storm Shadows, into Russia, Tuesday and Wednesday. So yesterday, Russia responded by hitting Ukraine with a new kind of missile as like a warning that's nuclear capable. You can see here it says in the AP article, in a televised address to the country, Putin warned that U.S. air defense, he says, would be powerless to stop the new missile, which he said flies at 10 times the speed of sound, and which he called the Orezhnik, Russian for hazelnut tree. He said it could be used to attack any Ukrainian ally whose missiles are used to attack Russia. Well, that would include the U.S. and UK, because Ukraine is using their missiles to attack Russia. Yes, our viewer says multiple warheads, Mosa Garcia says. We'll talk about that in a second. I saw a different... I don't know if it mentions in this story. Another story said it carries multiple warheads. Putin said, we believe that we have the right to use our weapons against military facilities of the countries that allow Ukraine to use their weapons against our facilities. He said in his first comments since President Biden gave Ukraine the green light this month to use U.S. ATACMS missiles to strike at limited targets inside Russia. Okay, and hold on. The Pentagon confirmed it was a new kind of missile, which we'll talk about shortly. And let me show you this. From later in the article, it says here, an expert that AP talked to, Matthew Saville, said Russia was sending a message by attacking Ukraine with an intermediate-range ballistic missile capable of releasing multiple warheads at extremely high speeds, even if they are less accurate than cruise missiles or short-range ballistic missiles. Again, this is a intermediate-range ballistic missile capable of releasing multiple warheads at extremely high speeds. Why might you use this? This expert said. Signaling to the Ukrainians, we've got stuff that outrages you. But really signaling to the West, we're happy to enter into a competition around intermediate-range ballistic missiles. P.S. These could be nuclear tipped. Do you really want to take that risk? That's what the expert says that Russia is signaling by firing this kind of missile. Military experts say that the modern ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, and IRBMs, intermediate-range ballistic missiles, are extremely difficult to intercept, although Ukraine has previously claimed to have stopped some other weapons that Russia described as unstoppable, including the air-launched Kinzhal hypersonic missile. Another expert, David Albright, said he was skeptical of Putin's claim that they can't get shot down, adding that the U.S. couldn't shoot these down, adding that Russian technology sometimes falls short. He suggested that Putin was taunting the West to try to shoot it down, like a braggart boasting, taunting his enemy. Remember also that earlier this week, Putin signed a new doctrine that allows for a potential nuclear response even to a conventional attack on Russia by any nation that is supported by a nuclear power. Well, that could apply to a Ukrainian conventional attack since they're supported by the US and the UK and France. The doctrine is formulated broadly to avoid a firm commitment to use nuclear weapons. In response, Western countries, including the U.S., said Russia has used irresponsible nuclear rhetoric and behavior throughout the war to intimidate Ukraine and other nations. Analysts and observers say the loosening of restrictions by the U.S. and the U.K., I don't know if France has yet, on Ukraine's use of Western missiles is unlikely to change the course of the war, but it puts the Russian army in a more vulnerable position and could complicate the logistics that are crucial in warfare. Putin has said the move would mean that Russia and NATO are at war. This expert, Peter Ricketts, says the UK and the US telling Ukraine that they could start using these Western missiles and firing them into Russian territory. He says it is an important move and it undermines the narrative that Putin had been trying to establish, that it was fine for Russia to rain down Iranian drones and North Korean missiles on Ukraine, but a reckless escalation for Ukraine to use Western-supplied weapons at legitimate targets in Russia. All right, I want to take some comments from you guys. But the Pentagon did confirm it's a new type of missile. I'll show you what the Pentagon had to say in a second. But it's not just Putin claiming it's a new kind of missile. The Pentagon did confirm this. J.K. Senar says, I ain't scared. Shot Kitten says he keeps threatening us. Blake Campbell Taylor thinks Biden is going to get us all killed. Demos says it is worrying. Cynthia Masters says this is escalating. Starchild says fire control solution on something moving Mach 10 is really difficult. Patricia Grace says, I'm not going to support standing down and allowing Russia to run rampant because of threats. Bernie Ecclestein says, that's another saber rattling from Putin. No one wins in a nuclear war. Mary P. thinks Biden is risking nuclear war by giving Ukraine permission to use our long-range missiles. Don't poke the bear, they will respond. Barry says Putin wasn't messing around. This was a warning. Burkhor says they're trying to scare. Itom says Putin is just making fun of the West at this point. Cold Wave says we need to stop Putin now. I'm going to ask a poll question before I show you somewhat of what the Pentagon had to say about this. My poll question is, will Russia respond with use a nuclear weapon in the Ukraine conflict? Now I'm going to ask it as a poll, so you can vote in the poll. All right, I just posted the poll on YouTube. Now I'm going to post it on Twitch. Then I'll tell you what people have to say. Thanks to, let's see. Let me just shout out our mods real quick. Hey, thanks to our moderators. We got a moment of lovely big ball of yarn. Hold on, is that Good Luck Duck, Sarah, and Surly Dev over there on Twitch? Thank you. We have modding on Facebook, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body, Beth Shepard, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor. Thanks so much for modding. On X, we have Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. On YouTube, Sarah55, Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi, Sabrina. Trisha says Russia is waiting for the right time, not yet. Oh, thanks, by the way, to Lucia Harizo. That's really nice of you. Lucia says Biden is making sure the war cash cows keep getting fed no money in peace. He's leaving a mess to keep the money flowing after he's gone. That's what Lucia says. Thanks also to Julio Limos, our member, and Deb N for shouting out the mods. And Diane Vanderlinden and Amy Clark, our new members, and Retro Nook for the gift membership. Thank you. All right, let's see how you guys voted in the poll. How did you vote in the poll? Will Russia use a nuclear weapon in the Ukraine conflict? 41% say yes on YouTube. And then on Twitch, my guess is Twitch might be less. Yeah, Twitch says 27% say yes. That's still a high percentage. JP says, I think it's a yes. HMN says, Doomers on YouTube. Sabrina says, I really hope not. Dino Nuggies thinks Twitch is more realistic. By the way, thanks to King Shrek for subscribing on Kick. Thank you. And again, thanks to Demos for giving gift memberships on Kick. I appreciate that. Oops, I'm showing you the Kick page. Hey, look, it's the Kick page. That's my Kick page. I didn't even know I was showing it. Everything's all confusing. I went over to Kick. There you go. You got to see my Kick page. I don't think there was any very compromising information on my Kick page. You got to see the Kick streaming headquarters. Sorry about that. I'm all confused now because I'm not used to using Kick. Everybody on Kick is happy that I showed the Kick streaming page. Sorry, I was trying to just keep let me go back to the what I was showing you was the I was trying to show you the poll results. There we go. That's what I wanted to show you. All right, so thanks for voting in the poll. Again, 41% on YouTube thinks Russia will use a nuclear weapon in the Ukraine conflict. That's a high number. I mean, it's still pretty high on Twitch, 28%. Thank you to Tina Marie, our new member, by the way. Also, Captain Jerry Donnelly, who says hypersonic is 5x or faster than speed of sound. Ballistic missiles are supersonic, less than 5x. That's what Jerry says. Off the top of my head, I don't know. Let's talk a little more about this new missile. Wikipedia says a hypersonic weapon is between 5 and 25 times the speed of sound. I want to show you guys what the Pentagon said about this new type of weapon, that the new missile. Oh, somebody mentioned some kind of things going on in Ukraine. Hold on. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the Ukraine stuff. I'm following some different Ukraine news outlets and stuff. Why is this not working? Now it's working. Okay, let's do this. Ha, all right, I got it. Ooh, what did I do? What did I do here? What happened with this? Why did that become all weird? And I want to get you guys the... I got it. So I just want to show you what the Pentagon had to say today about this new missile, the new Russian missile. They did confirm it. We're not going to watch the whole press briefing. We're just going to watch when they talk about the Russian missile. Here we go. I need to rewind a second. Okay, this is what the Pentagon said today about the new Russian missile. The question and answer.
Missile strike in Ukraine.
Activities, including munitions for HIMARS, artillery, anti-tank weapons, drones, and protective equipment. And with that, I'm happy to take your questions. Lita.
Thanks, Sabrina. A couple of questions on the missile strike in Ukraine. First, can you confirm it was an intermediate range missile? Second, did Russia provide advance warning? And can you give us some sort of clarity on who they call and how much advance notice did they give? And then just thirdly on this, what is the overall U.S. reaction to the missile strike and Putin's comments today that he believes Russia has the right to strike any and take action against countries that provide weapons to Ukraine?
Thanks, Lita. So trying to remember some of the order of your questions. So I can confirm that Russia did launch an experimental intermediate range ballistic missile. This IRBM was based on Russia's RS-26 Rubezh intercontinental ballistic missile model. In terms of notifications to the United States was pre-notified briefly before the launch through nuclear risk reduction channels. For more, I'd refer you to state on that. And I think your third question was on our reaction to Putin's comments. I mean, we've seen this type of dangerous, reckless rhetoric before from President Putin. What we're focused on is continuing to support Ukraine with what it needs. Ukraine, as you know, has been successful in continuing to push back against Russian aggression. We just rolled out another $275 million package yesterday. You're going to see more packages continue in the weeks and months ahead left of this administration. So that's what we're really focused on. Of course, we're going to take seriously the rhetoric coming out of Russia, but our focus remains on arming Ukraine and supporting Ukraine what it needs the most on the battlefield. And as a reminder, as this reckless rhetoric continues, Putin can choose to end this war today. He can choose to withdraw Russian forces and end this and end his war of aggression and his war of choice. So we're going to continue to focus on what Ukraine needs on the battlefield. Liz.
To follow up on that, earlier this week, Putin signed a new nuclear doctrine for Russia. Have we seen their nuclear posture change at all?
We haven't seen any adjustments that we've observed in their nuclear posture, and we haven't adjusted our nuclear posture in exchange. Something that I think I said on Tuesday is that the changes that we made were expected and something that we had anticipated for a while. Again, extremely reckless, but we haven't made any adjustments to our posture.
Something from earlier this week, the Ukraine's reported use of ATACMS. Can you confirm that Ukraine used ATACMS on targets in Russia?
I still don't have anything to announce or confirm, but if there is more to share, I certainly will. Again, you just saw us roll out another $275 million package earlier this week. We're going to continue to supply Ukraine what it needs, but I'd really refer you to the Ukrainians to speak to their operations. Lauren.
Just to clarify something you said in response to Lita, you said this was based on an RS-26 Rubezh missile. Does that mean it was an RS-26, or was it one of the derivatives like an RS-28? Can you be just a little more specific on that?
I can't get more specific other than that it was based off of, what I would say is it was based off of the design of the RS-26. But I'm just not going to be able to give you more details than that right now.
And then just a sort of related question on a different topic. The provision or the decision to provide anti-personnel mines to Ukraine, can you say, first, what type of anti-personnel mines, what makes you so confident that they'll be used correctly? And second, given the position of the administration essentially 2 years ago, does this require a presidential waiver or some step there to okay the export of these?
So in terms of how the Ukrainians employ these mines on the battlefield, the Ukrainians have given us their assurances that they are going to only use them in Ukraine. We are providing a different variants of the type of mines. I'm just not going to get into more details than that. I think it's important to note that the reason why we are providing these APLs is because as the battlefield has changed and the fight has evolved over time, so have we, so have our support. And I think you saw the secretary speak to this on his travel, but Russia has changed their tactics. So they're not leading with their mechanized forces, they're leading with dismounted forces. And so because of that, we feel that these APLs and how they will be able to be used on the battlefield will be helpful to Ukraine. In terms of your second question on if there needs to be something, a type of waiver, I'd refer you to the White House to speak to that. Dries.
On this sort of scale of escalation, where do you see the IRBM? It's obviously not an ICBM, but you know, on a level of concern, and where does this sort of lie, this particular missile?
So this was a new type of lethal capability that was employed on the battlefield. So that's certainly of concern to us. And we're going to, you know, I don't have an assessment of its impacts right now, but it's something that, of course, we're concerned by. But what's been escalatory in this war is the fact that Russia decided to turn to a foreign country and bring those, DPRK soldiers into the fight. So we're going to continue to monitor. What we're focused on is supporting Ukraine and arming Ukraine with what it needs.
Just following up on Leah's question, President Putin said that actually the U.S. was escalating by giving, allowing Ukraine to hit inside Russia with the ATACMS, and that there was a possibility of the conflict becoming more global. If you could just sort of respond to that, his sort of, very clear sort of accusation that it was the United States' fault, that it was, becoming more escalatory.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear and couldn't be more black and white in what's escalatory here. Russia invaded its sovereign neighbor. We can go back 2 years, continue to look at the facts. We've been very clear publicly and privately to Russia that we're going to support Ukraine because another sovereign country doing that to its neighbors should not go unchecked. And the United States, our partners and allies around the world, stand for an international rules-based order. And that's what brings us together at the table, like-minded values and principles. So we're going to support Ukraine as long as it takes. And we've been pretty clear about that from the beginning. Again, Putin has the decision and the authority to end this war today. He continues to escalate. He continues to take provocative actions like you just saw with this recent IRBM that was launched into Ukraine, the bringing in of DPRK soldiers into the fight. Each time these actions are more escalatory, simply what the United States is doing and our 50 or so partners and allies around the world is giving Ukraine what it needs to be in the fight. And I also think it's important to remember that every single day, Russia is expending, approximately 1,200 casualties on the battlefield. Ukraine has proven itself time and again, and we're very proud to stand with them in this fight. Fadi.
Thank you, Sabrina. Speaking of the rules-based order that say you're defending, the ICC today issued 2 warrants against for the.
Okay, so I just wanted to, we might talk about the Netanyahu thing later, but I just wanted to, you got to hear what the Pentagon had to say about this new missile. And they did confirm it's a new kind of missile. They said it's based on the RS-26 missile. I looked up RS-26 and I saw this on Wikipedia here. The RS-26 is a Russian solid-fueled intermediate-range ballistic missile with a nuclear warhead, of which the range bracket just barely classifies it as an intercontinental ballistic missile. Anyways, that missile was test launched in, what is this here? Is it actually in service yet? I don't even know if it's in service yet. Talks about test launches of it. Rumored operational use. Oh, so look, see? RS-26, which is, it qualifies as an intercontinental ballistic missile just barely. So overnight, according to the Ukrainian Air Force and Ukrainska Pravda, overnight, the Russian Federation launched an unspecified number of conventional RS-26 missiles at Ukraine. reportedly targeting critical infrastructure in the central Ukrainian city of Dnipro. But again, that the Pentagon is saying, no, these were not RS-26s. These are intermediate range. No, it was not an RS-26. The missile that was fired last night was an intermediate range missile based on the RS-26. That's what the Pentagon said. So, I mean, I don't know how huge a difference it is. Yeah, later Putin confirmed the strike had indeed not been performed by an ICBM, but a new model of intermediate range ballistic missile, the Orezhnik, using a non-nuclear hypersonic payload. Oh, Wikipedia has a page up about it. Orezhnik. The Orezhnik is a Russian hypersonic intermediate range ballistic missile, first announced by Russian President Putin during a speech today on November 21st. The missile is claimed to have a speed of Mach 10, about 2 miles per second. It looks like, no, more than that. Yeah, about 2 miles per second, 7,600 miles per hour, which would make it difficult to intercept. The missile reportedly uses an MIRV payload, which is shown in unverified footage of the attack. MIRV is Multiple Independently Targetable Reentry Vehicle. A payload containing several warheads. We showed you in the AP article, it said that this kind of missile has a payload containing several warheads, each capable of being aimed to hit a different target. The concept is almost always associated with almost invariably associated with intercontinental ballistic missiles carrying thermonuclear warheads, even if not strictly being limited to them. You can see here with this multiple warheads capability, it says here, a single new enemy missile meant that multiple interceptors would have to be built, meaning it was much less expensive to increase the attack than the defense. It says this kind of multiple warhead missile reduces the effectiveness of an anti-ballistic missile system that relies on intercepting individual warheads. Anyways, I'm going to post if you want to look it up, you can look up Multiple Independently Targetable Reentry Vehicle on Wikipedia. Looks like an interesting article. I'm going to take some comments from you. But again, this is a warhead, it's a missile, it's a new technology. It's an experimental missile, reportedly carries multiple warheads. And they seem to have sent this as to send a message because they were not nuclear warheads. Pensby Lad says, you have to hit it before the individual warheads are released. I don't know if that's realistic to do. That I don't know. Nesty says that speed, 2 miles per second, is absolutely terrifying. Nothing can stop that short notice. Comparable to a meteor, but with a fraction of the warning. Gimmer's strike thinks it's more to deter the U.S. than Ukraine. Yeah, it did say 2 miles per second, right? The Orezhnik. According to Wikipedia, it says Putin did say it had a speed of Mach 10 times the speed of sound. Which would be, they say, about 2 miles per second. Potato Bandit says 10 times the speed of sound. Let me show you something else about this. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? Because if it's moving at 7,600 miles per hour, just think about it. If it's going, 7,600 miles per hour, which is Mach 10, because the speed of sound is 767 miles per hour, okay? So Mach 10 would be about 7,600 miles per hour. Think about it. How many seconds are there in an hour? Well, there's 60 seconds in a minute, and there's 60 minutes in an hour. That means there's 3,600. There's 3,600. Hey, we should just write this out. I never do this. We're going to write this out. Look. We never write on the screen like this. But it makes sense if you think about it. So we have... I don't know how this is going to work with me writing this way. I don't know if it's going to come out right. We have 60 seconds in a minute times 60 minutes in an hour equals, look at this. Look what we're doing. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on. I got to turn it on so you can see it. I got to turn it on so you can see what I'm writing. You'll see. Why is it not showing it to you? Why are you not seeing what I'm seeing? Oh, I know what happened. You will see it. Hold on. I'm an idiot. Watch this. So, we have, you'll see, 60 seconds in a minute times 60 minutes in an hour equals 3,600 seconds per hour. So there are 3,600 seconds in an hour, and it's going 7,600 miles per hour. So roughly speaking, if it's going 7,600 miles per hour and there's 3,600 seconds per hour, roughly speaking, it's about 2 miles per hour. That's how to think about it. That I probably didn't have to do all that, but that's, if you think about it, it makes sense. Alyssa Kiwi says extremely fast. Anyways, there you go. That we got to write on the screen. Oh, thank you to our new member, Pebble Girl, and thank you to Alyssa Kiwi, our new member. It's 2 miles per second. I meant second. I said 2 miles per hour. Obviously, it was 2 miles per second. 7,600 miles per hour, 3,600 seconds per hour. So you have that's roughly 2 miles per second. I think I might have said 2 miles per hour. 2 miles per second, which is what it says right here. 3.4 kilometers per second. Okay, let me see if I can get you a little more about this new kind of missile here. Here's a little more about this. Russia debuts new missile in Ukraine strike as Putin threatens West. Wow. So where's this all going? Because I assume there's going to be more Ukrainian ATACMS and US ATACMS and UK Storm Shadow missile strikes on Russian territory. Where is this all going? Thanks, by the way, Eamon O'Leary. Eamon says Mach is a ratio and depends on things like altitude. Therefore, this will be a rough estimate, but still scary. Thank you so much, Eamon O'Leary. I appreciate that. Hang on a second here. Oh, one of our viewers, hold on, one of our viewers mentioned something. I didn't even see this yet. Oh, but it's the same thing we just read. I just want to show you this real quick. So the Department of Defense has a web page about this, but a bunch of the stuff that they talk about on the web page is stuff we already heard because we already listened to the Pentagon spokesperson, Sabrina Singh, talk about this. But just real quick, I think it's worth looking at this. Russians launch new missile at Dnipro. U.S. provides Ukraine with new tactical weapons. The Russians today, this is from the U.S., this is from the Pentagon. The Russians today launched a new kind of missile at Ukraine, what the Defense Department is calling an intermediate range ballistic missile, or IRBM, said the Deputy Pentagon Press Secretary. She said, I can confirm that Russia did launch an experimental intermediate range ballistic missile. This IRBM was based on Russia's RS-26 Rubezh intercontinental ballistic missile. The United States was pre-notified briefly before the launch through nuclear risk reduction channels. So basically, Russia said to the U.S. beforehand, we're firing this thing and it doesn't carry a nuclear warhead. The IRBM missile was launched at the city of Dnipro. While Singh said the missile carried a conventional warhead, she said it's also possible the missile could be fitted with other warheads as well. It could be carry, for example, nuclear warheads. The Defense Department has characterized this missile as experimental and that it's the first time a weapon of its kind has been used on the battlefield in Ukraine, she said. This was a new type of lethal capability that was deployed on the battlefield. That's certainly of concern to us. I don't have an assessment of its impacts right now, but it's something that, of course, we are concerned by. She said an IRBM and an intercontinental ballistic missile can have similar flight paths, high trajectories, and can carry large payloads. But the main difference lies in the range and the strategic purpose, she said. All right, so there's that. And then the Washington Post says Russian forces launched a new medium-range ballistic missile at Ukraine today. President Putin announced, issuing a stark warning to the West amid an intensification of cross-border fire at a perilous point in the war. Putin, in a televised speech, said Russia had employed a medium-range, non-nuclear hypersonic ballistic missile dubbed Orezhnik to strike a military factory in Ukraine's eastern city of Dnipro. He said the test of the weapon was a response to the Biden administration's recent decision authorizing Ukraine to fire US-made ATACMS missiles with a range of up to 190 miles into Russia as part of the ongoing war. Russia's employment of novel firepower and its threat of more to come underscores the race underway by most Moscow and Ukraine to improve their battlefield positions at a moment of heightened uncertainty ahead of President-elect Trump's return to the White House. Ukrainian leaders must contemplate a possible shift under Trump, who has voiced friendliness toward Putin and promised to put an immediate halt to the war, potentially on terms unfavorable to Ukraine. Ukraine's military is struggling to hold off Kremlin advances in the country's east, while attempting to maintain its foothold in Russia's Kursk region, a presence that could provide useful leverage in any negotiations to end the war. Russia now controls roughly 1/5 of Ukrainian territory. Wow. Read some more comments from you guys. It's been a week of escalation. We started off with Biden approving Ukraine firing these ATACMS U.S. missiles into Russian territory. We then had Ukraine firing both ATACMS and UK Storm Shadow missiles, at least one of the Storm Shadows, I'm not sure how many, into Russian territory. And now we have Russia firing a new kind of missile at Ukraine. Dino Nugget says, I've never seen so many people scared all at once. So many scared people all at once. Wall Street says it seems like Russia was anticipating this ATACMS decision. Gimmer Strike thinks there will be no deal in Ukraine. Ali B thinks Ukraine needs to give up. Wee Nesty, our viewer, says, I genuinely can't see a happy ending to all of this. It's just escalation after escalation, and Putin is utter psychopath. George Robardi says it would appear that the missile was carrying inert MIRVs. I got to find out more about the specifics on that. I got to check your message. I know people are sending me messages too. I'll check them in a second. I want to get you some details on some more specifics on the missile. Oh, look. The Washington Post interviewed an expert, Tom Karako, who's a missile expert. He said the modified Orezhnik Russian missile was probably launched in a configuration that carries multiple warheads, providing a capability to strike different targets at once. Its speed and trajectory after re-entering Earth's atmosphere make it difficult to defend against, he said. Another expert, Daryl Kimball, said Russia has routinely used other nuclear-capable missiles to strike Ukraine and said the impact of this new missile should not be overstated. Well, I think it's an RS-26 derivative. Putin's government has repeatedly throughout the war referenced its nuclear arsenal, the world's largest, but has not moved to employ those weapons. But at the same time, this expert said, we are back in a new and much more uncertain, dangerous phase of the war in which Putin appears to believe he needs to escalate. Another expert for the Institute of Study of War, Carolina Hurd, said Russia's motivations for the launch of the experimental missile today were not limited to the battlefield. It's meant to achieve information effects to manipulate Western and Ukrainian decision makers, she said. She said, while Ukraine continues to face intense pressure from Russian forces on its eastern front, its new ability to use longer-range Western-supplied missiles to strike targets within Russia had the potential to shift the battlefield equation in Ukraine's favor. I don't know if ISW had posted an analysis of this today yet. They haven't. They will at some point. So this all, remember, I think the news that Biden had approved using ATACMS missiles on Russian territory only came out like 5 days ago, only Sunday. Yeah, I don't have the rights. I believe there's some videos, although I don't know, Reuters might have video. I believe there's some videos of the explosion or the aftermath from this missile, but I don't have the rights to it, I don't think. But hold on, maybe I have something here. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, I do. I got video. I got video I can show you. All right, we'll show you some video. Thanks for mentioning it. Reuters, Russia fired new ballistic missile at Ukraine. So there's a video here with, I think, a clip. Oh, I didn't mean to say live. We're obviously live. Ooh, all right, we're going to play you this report. Yeah, there's a clip. Where's the clip? What is the clip of the explosion? Oh, I think there's a clip of the explosion. There's a clip of the explosion. All right, hang on. We're going to watch this video, which includes a clip of the explosion of the missile in the distance. And then I can replay it for you guys. It's going to work here. There we go. All right, so there's Putin. So let's check this out from Reuters. Here we go. Let's see if I can make this work. Get a little smaller so it fits on here. There we go.
In a televised address Thursday, Russian President Vladimir Putin said Moscow had launched a medium-range ballistic missile attack on a Ukrainian military facility in response to recent Ukrainian long-range strikes with Western weapons.
In combat conditions, one of the newest Russian mid-range missile systems was also tested, in this case with a ballistic missile and non-nuclear hypersonic equipment.
Kyiv said Russia used an intercontinental ballistic missile, a weapon designed for long-distance nuclear strikes and never before used in war, and that it hit the city of Dnipro. But 3 U.S. officials said it was an intermediate-range ballistic missile that has a smaller range, and one official said it was notified by Russia about the strike ahead of time. There was no suggestion it was nuclear-armed. A regional governor in Ukraine said the attack damaged an industrial enterprise and set off fires. Artem Dyamin is the acting director of a medical rehabilitation center.
Technical buildings were damaged in our compound. In the rehabilitation center building, around 50 windows were damaged. Thank God nobody was injured.
Regardless of its classification, the latest strike highlighted rapidly rising tensions in the past several days. It came after Ukraine fired U.S. and British missiles at targets inside Russia this week, after outgoing U.S. President Joe Biden gave it permission to do so, despite warnings by Moscow that it would see such action as a major escalation. President-elect Donald Trump has said he will end the war without saying how, and has criticized billions of dollars in aid for Ukraine under Biden. The warring sides believe Trump is likely to push for peace talks, not known to have been held since the war's earliest months, and are trying to attain strong positions before negotiations.
So they had one video in here. So I'm sure some more of you are up to date on this. I didn't get to follow this as much overnight as I would have liked to. So I haven't seen all the videos and reports people have seen. So this is video they posted here on Reuters, a video of the thing hitting, but you see multiple flashes. So we've heard some experts say it has multiple warheads. So did they... Are the multiple flashes all from the same missile? Or are we seeing where there are multiple missiles and one of the flashes is from it? I don't know. You'll see here. There's definitely multiple flashes. A number of our viewers think what we're seeing is the flashes from the different warheads. Our viewers think it was all from one missile. I'll see if I can get some other expert analysis of this. John thinks it's too many regular flashes to be different missiles. Yes, again, we mentioned that it is a missile with multiple warheads capability, but I don't know those specific flashes Let me check something here. Check a couple things. Oh no, yeah, not just multiple warheads, but multiple independently targetable warheads. Oh, hold on. Okay, you know what? I found another one. I found another video, which I'm going to post a link to it. Oh, I don't know if I can find it here. Hold on. Hang on. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I think I found another one I can post a link of that you can look at. Where is it here? Yes. Hold on. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm going to post, I don't own the video. I'm going to post a link. Okay. Yeah, now I'm seeing it. There's two videos that Status 6 posted where you see multiple things coming out of the sky. It's closer than the other video. So if in the chat right now, I'm going to post a link to two videos that Status 6 posted. And again, I don't own the rights to the videos because I can't show them, but I'm posting the links to them right now. And you can see them if you click on the links in the chat. The account is called Status 6, and it's at Archer 83ABL. At Archer 83ABL, but it's named Status-6 is the name of it on X. So the Pentagon said there were 6 did they say there were 6 warheads? I hadn't heard that. That's interesting video, though. I don't know. I mean, I'm not an expert, so I'm not judging from these videos what I'm seeing. Where is this thing here? Some of our viewers saying there were 6 missiles. Hang on. Just hang on a second. Just hang on a second. The New York Times article said that this missile has the ability to fire multiple nuclear warheads, it can be nuclear, when it re-enters Earth's atmosphere, which makes it difficult, if not nearly impossible, to intercept them. But I haven't seen an article. I have not seen an article, and I'm not aware that the Pentagon specifically said how many missiles and how many warheads. So if somebody sees something about that that's reliably reported, let me know, because I don't have reliable information on that. Oh, it's interesting. Pip Johnson mentioned that OSINT Technical posted another purported video, which I'll post in the chat as well. Which some of these videos look like you have multiple warheads coming down at multiple times. But again, I haven't seen confirmation or anything I'd consider reliable about the numbers. Did the Pentagon say one missile only? I got to look at their report again. This says Russians launched a new kind of missile. Yeah, the Pentagon said, I can confirm Russia launched an experimental immediate range ballistic missile, but she didn't give a number. Now, supposedly it's based on the RS-26. So how many warheads can the RS-26 have? Does anyone know that? Does it say here? RS-26. Warhead, 4 times, 4x. So according to the Wikipedia article about RS-26, one RS-26 can carry 4 warheads. That's what this says. So it seems weird that one missile would carry 24 warheads or something. Anyways, these several videos appear to show several waves of things coming down. But I don't want to start drawing conclusions about that, not being an expert myself. By the way, thank you to Eamon O'Leary for your support. Oh, I thanked Eamon. Simwark, thank you, Simwark, our new member. I appreciate that. Let's see here. And as I mentioned, Wikipedia says the new experimental missile reportedly uses a MIRV payload, which is multiple independently targetable reentry vehicle, which contains several warheads, each capable of being aimed to hit a different target. I got a request to show the video that I can show you of the... Again, this is not a very detailed video. This is the one I have the rights to, though, from Reuters. From the Reuters article we showed before, where you see several explosions. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. They show them all again? Then you see a big boom. I'm confused. Then we saw 2 other things. Donna K says the whole scenario is crazy. Oh, I know what I was going to show you. Hold on. I was going to show you something else about this. So, a really good military news site, which I recommend, is The War Zone. It's called The War Zone. TWZ.com. They have an article, Russia's experimental ballistic missile used to strike Ukraine is based on the RS-26 Rubej, and they say details are emerging. So I'm going to post, I'll show you a bit of their article, and I'll post a link to the War Zone article, because they have good articles over there. So I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to kind of go through here. This is from the War Zone, TWZ.com. Ukrainian authorities had initially claimed the weapon was an intercontinental ballistic missile. Subsequent reports, including the Pentagon, said it's an intermediate, medium, or intermediate range ballistic missile. Skimming down here. Oh, we can watch Putin's statement dubbed in English. Maybe we'll do that after. We should do that. Okay. Imagery, look, this is good. This is really helpful. This is really helpful because these guys know what they're talking about over at the war zone. These, I say guys, but it's men and women. Imagery from today's attack on Ukraine looks to show 6 warheads descending on the target and multiple resulting impacts. But they say 6 warheads. But there's some videos which seem like multiple waves of 6 warheads. Can one warhead carry like cluster munitions or something? Because they say in this article, they have this video from Status 6, which I posted in the chat before. But the video from Status 6 seems to show, people are saying yes. You're seeing, what is it, 6 waves of things? Because again, they're linking to a video which shows multiple waves with multiple things coming down. But Warzone is saying, well, it looks like there are 6 warheads. Alibaba says it looked like 6 warheads and each warhead had difference ordnance, yes, like cluster. So maybe each wave coming down is from one different warhead. I'm going to post a link again to the video that they refer to. I'm sorry, I can't show the video. I don't have the rights to the video, but I will post a link again to the video so you can see it and you can see what they're talking about. But they think that that video shows one missile with 6 warheads. And I assume each warhead has multiple whatever in it. Let me show you. I'm posting a link to the video right now from Status 6. Right here. Okay. The video. I'm posting a link right now in the chat. The video. I just posted a link to it. Where's the article I was just on? But again, the war zone, who knows their stuff, and I appreciate them letting me show you their article, but it's twz.com. They say imagery from today's attack on Ukraine looks to show 6 warheads descending on the target and multiple resulting impacts. What else do they say here? Just to give you a little other analysis from the war zone. The war zone says, regardless of the missile's exact configuration and capabilities, Russia's use of this Orezhnik experimental missile is also just the latest example of Russia using the conflict in Ukraine as an opportunity to demonstrate new and advanced weapon systems. The war has already seen the first operational I'm showing this just from the war zone here. The war has already seen the first operational use of the Kinzhal air-launched ballistic missile and the sea-launched Zircon air-breathing hypersonic cruise missile. Also, the war zone says Using an experimental and expensive capability like this Orezhnik missile, which also likely has lower accuracy in its conventional mode rather than a nuclear mode, which likely has lower accuracy than existing long-range munitions that Russia has already been using in Ukraine, is also clearly intended to send broader messages to Ukraine's foreign benefactors, foreign supporters. Putin has not explicitly said it was in retaliation for Ukraine getting approval to employ ATACMS short-range ballistic missiles and British supplies, US-made ATACMS and British-supplied Storm Shadow missiles against targets in Russia. And anyway, I'm going to post a link to this article from the War Zone. There's a bunch more in this article from the War Zone, but go over there and you can check it out. I'm going to post a link again, and you can read the whole thing. Should we watch? We can watch the Putin statement, guys, dubbed in English. We should look at that. How long is it? Okay, we should do this. We're going to watch Putin's statement now. I don't know if I'll play the whole thing, but it was 7 minutes long. But it's dubbed into English. Oopsie. We're going to watch this in a second. Yeah, people want to see it. I'm getting requests. Hey, thanks to Night Pappy, our new member. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much to Simwark, our new member. Thanks, 82 Paratrooper, who sent me a message on X. I'll have to check it out. I'll check my messages again shortly. Thanks also to Tanger62 for subscribing, BCal for subscribing over there on Twitch. Thank you. And thanks to everybody watching over there on Kick, our Kick viewers. Thanks also to our new member, Omega Survival. All right, yeah, let's watch the Putin statement here. Oops. Okay, there it is. Watch dubbed in full, dubbed in English. This was earlier today. Do I need to put up earlier today? Why not? I'll put it up right there. Earlier today. Yeah, put it over here. They put a lightning bolt on it. Hey, JD63, that's so generous of you. Wow, that was really nice of JD63. I really appreciate that, JD63. Thank you. All right, here we go. Let me just see. Hopefully it just plays from the start. Let's see if this works. If not, I might have to refresh the page. Here is Putin's statement.
The Russian citizens and our friends around the world, as well as those who still nurture illusions that a strategic defeat can be inflicted against Russia, about events that are happening in the Special Military Operations Zone. I'm talking about what happened in the wake of long-range Western weapons being used in the Special Military Operations Zone. As a result of the escalation in the United States and their NATO allies.
I just realized something. The Kremlin, MFA Russia posted this, but it's a repost of RT. So technically I can't show this to you because it's RT. It's not, they didn't post it themselves. Like if they post their own video, that's fine. But RT technically is a news channel. So I'm going to have to post the link. What can I do? I'm sorry. I wanted to play you the whole thing, but it's an RT thing. So I got to be careful with this stuff. I'm going to post the link in the chat. You can watch the whole thing. I would have liked to. It's kind of weird because they did post it from their own account. I just posted the link. You can find it at MFA Russia. You can find it on MFA Russia, at MFA_Russia. That's too bad, though. Just the way it is. I don't want to get in trouble with RT. You know, they might have even posted, we showed you some highlights before. They might have even posted a summary of it. Hold on. Once in a while that happens where, here, look, hold on. I have the statement in English anyway. I got it in English anyway. I already got it. How do I move it over? They make it so difficult. I do have it. Oh, that's not what I want. Hold on. I do have it. See, it's here. It's here. It's right here. But I need to move it to the middle of the screen. I guess I'll do it this way. They make it so hard. I can't move it to the left. Got to do it this way. All right, here it is. Aha, okay. Watch. Okay, statement by Putin. Let's look at this. We don't have to read the whole thing. But what you can see is, we good? He says, the escalation of the conflict in Ukraine instigated by the West continues with the US and its NATO allies previously announcing, which was this week, that they authorized the use of their long-range, high-precision weapons for strikes inside the Russian Federation. They said that the use of such weapons like the Storm Shadow UK missiles and the US ATACMS missiles is not possible without the direct involvement of military experts from the manufacturing nations. Putin said on November 19th, on Tuesday, 6 ATACMS tactical ballistic missiles produced by the U.S. and on November 21st, today, during a combined missile assault involving British Storm Shadow systems and HIMARS systems produced by the U.S., attacked military facilities inside the Russian Federation in Bryansk and Kursk. From that point onward, Putin says, from this point onward, ever since once the ATACMS and the Storm Shadows were fired at Russian territory, he says the regional conflict in Ukraine provoked by the West has assumed elements of a global nature. That's what he says. He says this conflict has now assumed elements of a global nature. He claims that air defense successfully counteracted these incursions, which I know the U.S. denies. Let's keep going. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. He claims that basically that they were able to fight off the missiles. He said, fine. He says the use of such weapons cannot affect the course of combat operations in the Special Military Operations Zone. He says Russia is making successful advances along the entire line of contact, and all objectives we have set will be accomplished. Okay. He says, in response to the deployment of American and British long-range weapons on November 21st, today, the Russian armed forces delivered a combined strike on a facility within Ukraine's defense industrial complex. We also carried out tests of one of Russia's latest medium-range missile systems. In this case, it was carrying a non-nuclear hypersonic ballistic missile that our engineers named Orezhnik, which has nuclear capability. The tests were successful, achieving the intended objective of the launch. In the city of Dnipropetrovsk, Ukraine, one of the largest and most famous industrial complexes from the Soviet Union era, which continues to produce missiles and other armaments, was hit. They say we are developing intermediate range. Putin says we are developing intermediate range and shorter range missiles in response to U.S. plans to produce and deploy intermediate range and shorter range missiles in Europe and the Asia Pacific region. I don't want to read every single word here. I'm going to post the link for you. Fine. To reiterate, he says, we are conducting combat tests of the Orezhnik missile system, that's the new experimental missile, in response to NATO's aggressive actions against Russia. Our decision on further deployment of intermediate range and shorter range missiles will depend on the actions of the United States and its satellites. So like he's claiming like the UK is just under control of the US basically. And I guess Ukraine too. He says, we will determine the targets during further tests of our advanced missile systems based on the threats to the security of the Russian Federation. We consider ourselves entitled to use our weapon against military facilities of those countries that allow Ukraine to use their weapons against our facilities, and in case of an escalation of aggressive actions, we will respond decisively and in mirror-like manner. I recommend that the ruling elites of the countries that are hatching plans to use their military contingents against Russia seriously consider this. So he's saying if they use this experimental missile more, they do say that they have he says we are entitled to use it against the military facilities of those countries who basically allow Ukraine to use their weapons against Russia. He says it goes without saying that when choosing, if necessary and as a retaliatory measure, targets to be hit by systems such as the Orezhnik new missile or on Ukrainian territory, we will in advance suggest that civilians and citizens of friendly countries residing in those areas leave danger zones. We will do so for humanitarian reasons, openly and publicly, without fear of counter moves coming from the enemy, who will also be receiving this information. Why without fear? Why is he saying that we would give a heads up about this using this new kind of missile? Because there are no means of countering such weapons today, he says. Missiles attack targets at a speed, these new missiles attack targets at a speed of Mach 10, which is 2.5 to 3 kilometers per second, about 2 miles per second. Air defense systems currently available in the world and missile defense systems being created by the Americans in Europe cannot intercept such missiles. It is impossible, says Putin. Putin says, I would like to emphasize once again that it was not Russia, but the United States that destroyed the international security system and by continuing to fight, cling to its hegemony. Am I getting that right? I might be messing up the pronunciation. Hegemony, they are pushing the whole world into a global conflict. Someone's probably complaining about my pronunciation of hegemony. I think it's either hegemony or hegemony. According to Google, it can be either. So I see both. Merriam-Webster Dictionary says either. Anyway, I'm going to post the link to this right now. Hey, the last part of what Putin said, the end of Putin's speech today was, we have always preferred and are ready now to resolve all disputes by peaceful means, but we are also ready for any turn of events. If anyone still doubts this, make no mistake, there will always be a response. That was the end of his speech. If you want to read the whole speech by Putin, I'm going to post a link to this. It's in English. You can a lot of times find they will post them on English on the Kremlin website, kremlin.ru. en.kremlin.ru. So I'm going to post a link to Putin's speech, and you can read the whole thing if you'd like. Dumpster Deplorable says, big threats from a guy who can't stop basic drones. Let me read some of your comments about what Putin had to say. But he's taunting Ukraine and the West by saying, if we use this again in Ukraine, he says they'll give a heads up to people there, in friendly countries who might be there, because it can't be stopped. There he is. Let's see. I'm going to read some comments from you guys. Hi, it's me, Marge. Says, I don't know about you, but I think he's crazy enough to do damage. I didn't read the whole speech. There was some speech and some stuff in there I didn't read. Gary Eckert says, impossible, yeah, we'll see. Toby's mom says, I don't blame Russia, just protecting their country just like any other. Eric IDX, our viewer, says that's rich coming from the guy using Iranian drones and North Korean soldiers in his invasion. JR Does Stuff says this is all Russia's doing. Putin is to blame for this whole mess. JD63 says of Putin's speech, ha ha ha. Desert Dweller says, I don't believe Putin wants to beef with other powerful nuclear countries. Bo on Kick says, crazy times right now. Hey, quick thanks, by the way, to Pebble Girl 63 for the gift memberships. That's super nice of you. Yes, Omega Survival, we talked about that earlier. Multiple independent target reentry vehicle. That's what you likely saw in the vehicle. In the video, the U.S. has them too. Thank you, Omega Survival. Yeah, we talked about that before. Thank you. Also, Jules Henderson, thanks for being a new member. Thanks also to Janice McConnell. Janice, that's very nice of you. Appreciate your support. We should talk a little bit about what happened with Matt Gaetz. We haven't even talked about it. Well, we talked a little bit about it. I mean, this is obviously a very interesting topic. Let me just see if there's anything more I want to read you from the Reuters article real quick. Real quick. Reuters said that some military experts said the experimental missile launch by Russia could be seen as an act of deterrence by Moscow following Kyiv's strikes into Russia with Western weapons this week. So I'm going to ask another poll question. Do you think, assuming if Ukraine launches more Western missiles into Russia, will Russia escalate further? Okay, I assume Ukraine is going to launch more Storm Shadows from the UK, more UK Storm Shadows and more US ATACMS into Russian territory, which they started this week. So if Ukraine launches more ATACMS and Storm Shadows at Russia, will Russia escalate? That's my question. If Ukraine launches more ATACMS and Storm Shadows, can I fit this in as a poll question? Let's see. So I'm not saying they have to use nuclear weapons, but will they escalate further? All right, I just posted it on YouTube. Now I'm going to see if I can post it on Twitch. I got to post a short version on Twitch because they, I don't have as much room to do the question. Can't even fit it. Okay, I'm going to post on Twitch a abbreviated version of this question. Okay, I just posted on Twitch. Over there on YouTube, here is what the poll results are on YouTube right now. Hang on, I'll show you. My question was, if Ukraine launches more ATACMS and Storm Shadows at Russia, which I assume they will Russia escalate? 86% of you think on YouTube that Russia will escalate. I don't know what escalation you think that's going to be, but you think they will escalate. And then on Twitch, 80% thinks. So you guys think that basically, most of you think that Russia's going to escalate, because I'm guessing most of you think that Ukraine's going to keep launching these things. So, I mean, today was sort of, you could see today as today's experimental missile launch as a threat of escalation. Let's see what people have to say. Dothis says, I can tell you what they won't do, which is attack NATO. Tony Sutton says, don't poke the bear. Unknown Sender says, how would the U.S. react if Russia fired rockets with conventional warheads at us? Well, I mean, one might argue that there's different The more parallel situation would be that the U.S. invades another country and then Russia supports them, and that other country fires the Russian missiles at the U.S. And you'd also have to parallel other aspects of the whole thing too. Bruce Davenport says, why wouldn't they escalate? They are the bigger player in this game. Would you? Inside Ruin says, I don't think he wants to escalate. Putin wants to look tough until Trump comes into office. All right. So I appreciate you voting in the chat. Let's say something. Let's talk about the other story a bit more. The Matt Gaetz and Pam Bondi story. Let's talk about that a little bit. All right. We haven't. I told you. I said we're going to talk about it. I also got to check the news, make sure nothing else is... Oh, I have what to know about Pam Bondi. Maybe I'll update the headline. Because since we're talking about it. Why is this not working? Hold on. Hang on. Try something here. There we go. Seven says, wow, Pam Bondi. Hey, thanks to all of our moderators. Really appreciate you being here right now, mods. Thank you. Shout out to Misunderstood, who's over there modding. Beth Mythical. Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube. Thanks also to our member, Cyrus the Virus. That's really nice of you. Thanks for being a member. Over on Twitch, A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Over on Facebook, K. Lowry Body is modding. I know we've had Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Beth Shepard, Ronald Egnor. Thanks also to our subscriber, Robert Rial II, who's over there. Any other subscribers I might be missing in the chat there on Facebook. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Oh, so Matt Gaetz, he withdrew today, which I think a lot of you know right now. You can actually see, I can show you what Matt Gaetz said. Oh, and what Trump said about him, too. Matt Gaetz said, I had an excellent meetings with senators yesterday. I appreciate their thoughtful feedback. Remember, the Senate was going to have to confirm it. Most likely. He said, I appreciate the senators' thoughtful feedback and their incredible support of so many. While the momentum was strong, it was clear that my confirmation was unfairly becoming a distraction to the critical work of the Trump-Vance transition. There is no time to waste on a needlessly protracted Washington scuffle. Thus, I'll be withdrawing my name from consideration to serve as Attorney General. Trump's DOJ must be in place and ready on day one. I remain fully committed to see that Donald J. Trump is the most successful president in history. I will forever be honored that President Trump nominated me to lead the Department of Justice, and I'm certain he will save America. Adaptive Migration Solution says blah, 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 get ready for prison. He hasn't been charged with anything. The Justice Department investigated some allegations against him and decided not to charge him. So I'm not aware that he's at risk of facing any charges at the moment. He resigned his seat in the current Congress, but he was elected to the next Congress. There's some debate about whether he can take his seat in the next Congress. Hold on, let me show you what Trump had to say about this. Hold on. No, I want to show you this. Trump said, I greatly appreciate the recent efforts of Matt Gaetz in seeking approval to be Attorney General. He was doing very well, but at the same time did not want to be a distraction for the administration, for which he has much respect. Matt has a wonderful future, and I look forward to watching all of the great things he will do. You can see there's an AP article about her. Oh, in terms about Gaetz, maybe it says something in here. Hold on a second here. Blah, blah, blah. Where's the thing about resigning? Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second here. Yeah, I was trying to get you an update on where he stands. I was seeing some discussion of this today. I don't know if it's exactly clear. There's a clear answer about what he would need to do, whether he could stay, he could serve in the next conference. Congress. Oh, someone said he could also run for the special election, which he would win. So there's that too. Because there was going to be a special election to fill his seat, but he could just run in the special election. And I think he won by 30-something points his previous election. Anyways, let me just we'll talk a little bit about Pam Bondi too, who's the new pick. Thanks to Aaron S. for your support, who says, anyone else nervous about the Russian escalation? It's scary. Or maybe the escalation in general on both sides. You can see here, AP says, Pam Bondi, the former Florida Attorney General, was chosen as the new Attorney General nominee by Trump after Matt Gaetz withdrew from consideration after a federal sex trafficking investigation and ethics probe made his ability to be confirmed dubious. Pam Bondi, 59, has long been in Trump's orbit, and her name had been floated during his first term as a potential candidate for Attorney General. If confirmed by the Republican-led Senate, Bondi would instantly become one of the most closely watched members of Trump's cabinet, given Trump's threat to pursue retribution against perceived adversaries and concern among Democrats he will look to bend the Justice Department to his will. A little background on Pam Bondi. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but she has long been a fixture in Trump's world. She has been a long time and early ally. She endorsed Trump in March of 2016 on the eve of the Florida Republican primary in Florida. She gained national attention with appearances on Fox News as a defender of Trump and had a notable speaking spot in the 2016 Republican National Convention. When some in the crowd began chanting, "Lock her up," she said, "Lock her up, I love that," talking about Hillary Clinton. She served on his first transition team into the White House. She served as chairwoman of America First Policy Institute, a think tank set up by former Trump administration staffers to lay the groundwork if he won a second term. She was Florida's first female attorney general. She worked as a lobbyist for both U.S. and foreign clients. She defended Trump during his first impeachment trial. She's been critical of the criminal cases against Trump. She's had a few of her own political issues. For example, she issued a public apology in 2013 while serving as Attorney General after she sought to delay the execution of a convicted killer because it conflicted with a fundraiser for her re-election campaign. She later said she was wrong and sorry. Anyways, I'm going to get some comments from you guys. Dothis thinks she has actual experience doing the job she's being picked for. What an unusual choice for Trump. Donald Mulligan says Gaetz stepped down so the ethics report wouldn't be seen by the public. That's what Donald thinks. That Gaetz stepped down so the ethics report would not be seen by the public. Devil Doc thinks she was a great attorney general in Florida. Shauna Brennan says, "Oh, okay, well, Gaetz can run for governor at the end of DeSantis' term." Wickedest Witch says, "We cannot expect saints for these positions, but there was too much baggage, personal baggage, Gaetz was carrying." Will he get his House seat back? I don't know for sure, but again, he could either take it or, from what I understand, he could just run in the special election, which he would presumably win. Teresa says DeSantis could also appoint Gaetz to the Senate to fill the seat from Rubio. How does it, so does whoever DeSantis appoints to fill the Senate seat stay in the Senate seat until then? For how long? Until the seat is up for election? Yes, Politico says whoever DeSantis picks to fill Rubio's seat would stay there until 2026. And in 2026, there's a special election to fill the seat for the final 2 years of Rubio's term. So DeSantis is going to basically appoint somebody for 2 years to that Senate seat. A little less than 2 years. There is talk that maybe DeSantis would appoint Laura Trump to the seat. A little background on what happened with Gaetz today from this article from AP. Gaetz's withdrawal as AG nominee averts what was shaping up to be a pitched confirmation fight that would have tested how far Senate Republicans were willing to go to support Trump's picks. The selection of the fierce Trump ally over well-regarded veteran lawyers whose names had been circulated as possible contenders stirred concern for the Justice Department's independence at a time when Trump has openly threatened to seek retribution against political adversaries. AP says the choice of Gaetz, the original choice of Gaetz, underscored the premium Trump places on personal loyalty and reflected his desire to have a disruptor lead a Justice Department that for years investigated and ultimately indicted him. In the Senate, deeply skeptical lawmakers sought more information about Justice Department and congressional investigations into sex trafficking allegations involving underage girls, which Gaetz has denied. Meanwhile, Justice Department lawyers were taken aback by the pick of a partisan lawmaker with limited legal experience who has echoed Trump's claims of a weaponized criminal justice system. As Gaetz sought to lock down Senate support, concern over the sex trafficking allegations showed no signs of abating. In recent days, an attorney for two women said his clients told House Ethics Committee investigators that Gaetz paid them for sex on multiple occasions, beginning when in 2017, when Gaetz was a Florida congressman. One of the women testified she saw Gaetz having sex with a 17-year-old at a party. The lawyer said his client testified she didn't think Gaetz knew the girl was underage, stopped their relationship when he found out, and did not resume it until after she turned 18. Gaetz has denied any wrongdoing. The Justice Department's investigation ended last year with no charges against him. His political future... Okay, here's something about his seat. Gaetz's political future is uncertain, says AP. He had abruptly resigned his congressional seat upon being selected as Attorney General, a move seen as a way to shut down the ethics investigation into sexual misconduct allegations that was going on in the House. He did win re-election in November for the new Congress, which convenes on January 3rd, but he said in his resignation letter last week to the House Speaker that he did not intend to take the oath of office. He transmitted a similar letter to Governor DeSantis of Florida. Republicans on the House Ethics Committee declined this week to release the panel's findings over objections from Democrats in a split vote, but the committee did agree to finish its work. Anyways. Also, they say Gaetz is not the only Trump pick facing congressional scrutiny over past allegations. A detailed investigative police report made public Wednesday shows that a woman told police she was sexually assaulted by Pete Hegseth, Trump's Defense Secretary nominee. The police report says a woman told police she was sexually assaulted in 2017 by Pete Hegseth after he took her phone, blocked the door to a California hotel room, and refused to let her leave. I believe Hegseth told reporters today the matter was fully investigated and I was completely cleared. Natalie AZ, our viewer, says allegations always stick even if they're not true. Jean Romaine says, of course, out of the woodwork they come. Wickedest Witch thinks Bondi seems to be a better lawyer than Gaetz. No contest. She will be a very compelling AG, assuming confirmation. Lethal Old Fart says, I hope you covered his press release. Do you mean if the House Ethics Committee releases a report about him? We'll see. We'll see if that ever comes out. E-Oddity said Gaetz denied wrongdoing and he was never charged. Let me just make sure I'm not missing any of the big breaking news. And again, I'm sorry we got on the air late today. Once in a while, I have some personal commitments, but we would have been on the air earlier today to cover everything. But we will keep covering breaking news, usually right when it happens. Firejack mentions that the Institute for the Study of War posted something about the Russian missile, the Russian experimental missile launch against Ukraine. So we'll show you that as well in a second. Thanks, Firejack, for letting me know. They posted something about that. Hang on a second here. Moose's Backyard says regarding Ukraine, let's see in the coming days if Ukraine will continue to use ATACMS and Storm Shadow missiles to attack Russian territory. It doesn't seem that Ukraine will back down now, but Russia won't either. This could well be a new phase of the war with potential broader implications. Jason Santoro says, any idea why Russia won't just leave Ukraine? They're not in the capital, but... Well, Jason said the capital of Ukraine, but I think he just meant Ukraine in general. Clearly, it's very important to Putin. The Prepared Ranch says, now consider each flash you saw in the videos of the Russian test experimental missile. The Prepared Ranch says, now consider each flash could have been nuclear. Lethal Old Fart says it's a one-man war. Eric V says, what was Trump's reaction on the Russian missile that was fired? I don't know if he posted one. I can look and see. Hang on a moment here. I'm not going to get to all the comments tonight. I apologize if I don't get to your comment. I do apologize. I don't know that he posted about it. I don't see anything about it. Maybe he said something about it I didn't hear. Let me real quick just mention the Institute for the Study of War, what they said about the Russian new missile that they fired at Ukraine today. We talked a lot about this missile before. You can rewind and check out the stream from before. But just going over here, this is from the Institute for the Study of War. I really like their military analysis. I will post a link to this article in the chat so you can check out the article yourself. I just posted it there. It's from understandingwar.org. President Putin, they say, intensified his reflexive control campaign aimed at Ukraine and its Western partners by conducting an ostentatious ballistic missile strike against Ukraine that used multiple reentry vehicles. That would be like a single missile with multiple warheads. Multiple independent ones. Independently targetable ones. Okay. They said it was reportedly an experimental medium-range ballistic missile with reentry vehicles, likely a modified RS-26 missile. We talked about this a lot before. Let me just get to some of their analysis here. As we saw when we read Putin's speech, Putin explicitly threatened that Russia may attack Western countries that support Ukrainian deep strikes in Russia, and rhetorically connected the November 21st ballistic missile strike to Russian nuclear capabilities, a marked intensification of an existing Russian information operation that aims to use explicit threats and nuclear saber rattling to discourage continued Western military support for Ukraine. Okay. Putin, now they think his statement today demonstrates that Moscow's constant saber rattling largely remains rhetorical, remains spoken but not acted on. Putin's recent threats against the West, says Institute for the Study of War, Putin's recent threats against the West centered on Western states allowing Ukraine to conduct long-range strikes into Russian territory. But Ukrainian forces have been striking what the Kremlin already illegally defines as Russian territory for a long time. The Kremlin has illegally defined occupied Crimea as part of Russia. But Ukraine has routinely struck Crimea with US-provided ATACMS and UK-provided Storm Shadow missiles since last year, for a year and a half. The Kremlin's application of its red lines rhetoric has been wildly inconsistent, undermining the overall Russian escalation narrative. Putin consistently escalates the war on his own, for example, bringing in North Korean troops or using Iranian drones, without regard to Western decisions, and has consistently declined to retaliate every time Western states have deepened support of Ukraine. Putin previously threatened severe retaliation if Western states provided Ukraine with rocket artillery, tanks, warplanes, and the ability to strike into Russia, and Putin has constantly shifted the goalposts every time the West has called Putin's bluff. Is it different this time? I don't know. They think at Institute for the Study of War, neither the Orezhnik ballistic missile strike today nor Putin's statement today represent a significant inflection in the Russian strike capabilities or likeliness to use a nuclear weapon. That's what they think at Institute for the Study of War. They say Russian forces fire nuclear capable missiles of other types on a regular basis against Ukraine. The only fundamental new characteristics of the strikes today was the Orezhnik missile itself, which ostentatiously showcased re-entry vehicles to amplify the spectacle of the strike and further imply a nuclear threat. The West maintains credible deterrence options, and Putin's nuclear saber rattling should not constrain Western officials from choosing to further aid Ukraine, says the Institute for the Study of War. CIA Director Bill Burns cautioned Western policymakers against fearing Putin's nuclear rhetoric in September, describing Putin as a bully who will continue to saber rattle from time to time. They also say the Kremlin continues to demonstrate its full commitment to use the prospect of, quote, negotiations with Ukraine and the West to pursue nothing short of the total destruction of the Ukrainian state, despite President Putin's efforts to posture himself as open to peace negotiations. Anyways, if you want to read this article in detail, you can, I'll post the link in the chat. Yes, there are about 10,000 North Korean troops in North Ukraine right now, and Russia fighting against Ukraine, reportedly. I don't know if they're all fighting there against Ukraine, but helping. I just posted the link to the article. Helping Russia fight against Ukraine. Okay, guys. Read a couple more comments here. Richard Brennan, our viewer, says that's why Germany's prepping for war. Britain today also in Poland. Open your eyes. Hare apparently says he's just joking around. Got it. Barry says there was no hidden meaning for Putin today. It was a warning not to strike pre-2014 Russia. But again, you have people looking at this threatening rhetoric from Russia and saying, like, is he really going to back it up? He hasn't backed it up when Ukraine has fired these weapons at Crimea, has fired weapons at other parts of Russian-occupied Ukraine that Russia claims as part of Russia. Stephen Johnson says the day after is becoming a true story. Don Ladd Mulligan says Putin makes up a lot of rules to war like a spoiled child. All right, here's what we're going to do. Super Comfy says he's giving you all the signs he's going to do it. So I do apologize. Earlier in the stream, we had to take a break in the stream because there was this thing related to the channel that I needed to do, and I thought it had been canceled, but it wasn't canceled, so I did that. But then we came back after, did a bunch of coverage. I haven't even eaten yet. So obviously there's more news to cover and more to talk about, but I think I'm going to wrap up this stream right now. I apologize, but we are going to be doing more news in the coming days. There's so much news going on. So I do apologize we didn't get on early today. Today was a bit messed up, but I'm going to wrap up this stream, but we're going to do more streams. Hopefully, it seems like people are okay. We were focusing on the missile this stream, but the title mentioned a couple different things, and we talked about the Matt Gaetz story too. So it seems like people are okay sometimes doing multiple stories if they're big enough. So we'll keep doing that. Hang on a moment here. But believe me, I'd like to cover more. We'll be covering more. There's much more to cover. So we will be doing more coverage. I really appreciate you guys being here for the stream today and all of your questions and comments. I'm sorry, I know there's more comments to get to and I didn't get to them all, and I really apologize. But we will be doing more streaming on this and taking more of your comments on the air. Thank you so thank you everybody for watching, and subscribe and follow. Hang on one second here. Subscribe and follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news here. I will post links on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me there @Lookner, even when we're not on the air. And turn on the notifications. We have a notification system. It works awesome. You sign up once, it's through Discord, and then you get notified every single time, which is great because I don't know when we're coming on the air in advance most of the time. So sign up for the notifications. The mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat, and you can also what was I going to say? Oh, you can sign up for the links and notifications. The notifications link is also in the YouTube and Facebook descriptions for this video. That's what I wanted to say. I got confused, and then the headline wasn't really fixed here. It's fixed, but it's not big enough. Anyways, my brain's not working. Hey, big thanks to our moderators. We have all of our moderators. They're the best. They're why we can have chat rooms. They're keeping it civil and respectful in the chat. Really, really appreciate them being here. Roberts May Queen, Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi, Misunderstood, all of our other YouTube moderators, over on Twitch, Surly Dev, Sarah, Idaho Star, David Green, A Moment of Lovely. On Facebook, I did Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor, Paul Anderson, Beth Shepard, Linda Belk and Larry on X. All of our mods, thanks so much. Hopefully I'm not missing any mods. Trying to get them all. Christina Neal. Thanks also everybody who donated. It's so nice of you guys. Really, really appreciate it. You're the ones who keep this channel on the air and let me buy, news footage and news articles and stuff. So thanks so much for your support. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks to you for supporting the channel. Also, thanks to our Kick viewers, as we did another stream on Kick tonight. We're trying out Kick for a few weeks. People are complaining about the auto mod. I'll have to look at it. What is the AI mod? AI mod is deleting. I think AI mod is on a little bit of a too high a setting on Kick. It seems that it's deleting things that that are not bad. So let me. I'll adjust the AI mod down a little bit and see how that goes. I did it. I adjusted it down a bit. So let's try it this way, and then you can complain if it's, well, we'll see how it does next time. Sorry about that, but figuring it out. All right. Real quick, thanks to our Discord moderators. We have a Discord chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. Check it out. It's the same link as the notifications link. Check out the Discord chat. It's free. Also, shout out to our Facebook subscribers like Eve Richards, Robert Rial II, Diane Allworth, Kay Lowry Body, Beth Shepard, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor, all of our subscribers over there on Facebook. Thanks so much. And our other ones too. Our Twitch subscribers like Shaggy, Wall Street, Surly Dev, Free Dive Monkey, Arizona Toaster, Annie Cush, Sarah, Sandy Doggo, Sentient Cannabis, Drunk Can't Cook, 66 Modal, Super Sounds, Tander, all of our other subscribers over there on Twitch, thank you. And our YouTube members like Per Holstrand, Rick D, Christopher Donison, Evelyn in Maine, Marissa Pugliese, Tina Marie, JD63, Snarf McGrew, Jen's Crunchy Vax, Evelyn, Jean Romaine, I'm repeating some of these, Terry Rose, JD63, Sean C. Berry, Desjarlais, and Spartiate, Wickedest Witch, Donald Mulligan, Danielle Klingenberg, Hugh Crumman, Gavin House, Alex Price, Terry Rose, Jay Bird, Dean R., and all of our other YouTube members too, and all of our other, everybody else watching, thank you so much for watching. If there's huge news tonight, we'll come back on the air. I got to eat something now. But again, I really appreciate you guys being here and watching and commenting, and we will certainly have more coverage soon. And thanks for bearing with me during the break we had to take. All right, that is it for now. You've been watching our live coverage. More news soon. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.